Okay, so let me share the screen quickly and we'll understand the first hub and spoke architecture. So last week we have discussed, but again we'll discuss one more time, and then we'll try to understand like how we need to design the infrastructure and what is the best practices. Okay. So today we are going to focus Azure firewall. So this is the service which is from Microsoft, and that service is nothing but firewall as a service. Service comes under PaaS service, platform as a service. Okay. So before understanding the Azure firewall, we'll understand a on-premises firewall. So any idea related on-premises firewall, how it works, why we are using, what is the benefit you will get into the firewall? We need to understand of on-prem firewall, why we are using or why we are deploying. Any guess, any idea?
Firewall is like a abstract kill.
Ha ha ha.
It is like it will stop the unwanted things comes to in our network or in our computer and applications.
Okay,
It will act like a abstract kill.
exactly. So firewall needs to be deployed, okay, at a front end level where we can have a front door with the security layer, and then you can route all the incoming and outgoing traffic by using that firewall, right? So take a small example. This is the racks, and into the racks, like we are going to deploy a physical infrastructure. Then top of that, we are going to deploy a virtual machines infrastructure, virtual infrastructure. Then a next layer is nothing but my network layer. So my each server has been connected with the two network switches. And this is my security layer, which is firewall. Let's take an example for ticket firewall. Is getting connected here. So if you have some applications deployed under the on-premises, and that application you wanted to publish at a internet level, at a global level, like website, web applications. So those applications, those website we can publish by using the firewall. So not only publish, the complete security part maintained by firewall. So when you deploy the third party firewall, okay, when you compare with the Azure, so like Palo Alto, FortiGate, Cisco SA, Sonic Wall. So all the firewall are supported the basic features like IPS, IDS, content filtering, web filtering, antivirus. So you will get the basic feature, and by using those basic feature, you can configure the security, or you can have the security on your infrastructure level. Also, you can have some policies as well here. So as per policy, your user will access the internet. Like you can restrict some sites, you can allow some sites, and as per your requirement, audit requirement, your configuring the security on an infrastructure level. So the same security we need to configure on a Microsoft Azure infrastructure level. The same security level, or we can say layer, where all the incoming traffic and outgoing traffic should hit on my firewall first, and after that, that firewall should forward that traffic to my next hop. Okay, so for that we will understand like how we need to design the infrastructure. So into the last classes, last sessions, we have discussed multiple things. We have discussed how to deploy virtual machine, how to deploy a network, how to configure the peering. So those all the features we are going to use today, and we are going to prepare, we are going to create a one small design, and that particular design we are going to implement with in our lab with the best practices. So any question till, any doubt, any question till? Okay, so this is the Azure landscape. And in Azure landscape, now first we'll deal with the networking. So when you design the infrastructure, okay, when you follow the best practices, very first requirement, okay, we'll go step by step here. Okay, let me note it down into the different sheet. First, you need to design a resource group. Resource group. Then we need to design VNet. VNet and subnet. Then we can deploy Azure VM infrastructure. Okay. So the very important part here, which is my network VNet and subnet. So now in today's lab, I'm going to deploy a multiple VNets, and those multiple VNets we are going to communicate by using the VNet pairing, which we have discussed last week, right? So the first VNet I'm going to deploy, and that particular VNet is nothing but my Azure firewall VNet. So this is the VNet. So I'm going to configure here name as a Azure firewall VNet. That Azure firewall VNet I'm going to design with 172.21 1.0, or let's see 0.0/16, and we will segregate 0.0/16 with the multiple subnets. So this is my VNet, and that VNet we are going to segregate into the subnet. So this is my first subnet, and that subnet name should be a firewall subnet. So when you create a subnet for the firewall, okay, especially for the Azure firewall, your name should be the same every time. If you are configuring a subnet with the different name, so Microsoft will not understand the subnet name. So this is the hard-coded name. Okay, this is the hard-coded name from the Microsoft. So you have to use the same name every time. Azure firewall subnet, A capital, F capital, and S capital. Azure firewall subnet. Now I'm going to configure a subnet 172.21 1.0/24, and under that subnet I'm going to deploy Microsoft Azure firewall. So this is the firewall. This is the firewall. This is the firewall. This is the first subnet. Okay, so when you deploy the Azure firewall, by default, Microsoft is providing the two IP address to your firewall. So have you seen physical firewall? How it works? Any guess? Any idea? How physical firewall works? How it looks like?
Yeah, yeah, because you need to terminate your lease line, I mean internet line on the firewall, so you will get one public IP. You have to assign one public IP to your firewall. So you have two IPs, one is the internal and one is the public IP to your
Very
firewall.
good. Okay, very good. So let's go here and we'll understand again. Okay, in depth. So I can show the physical firewall as well. I have FortiGate firewall. So let me check. Okay. So before that, we'll explain into the diagram. Okay. See, this is the firewall. We'll take the example as a FortiGate. So into the FortiGate firewall, you will get some LAN WAN port. So again, it depends on which model you're using. So in some model, you'll get the one WAN port. In some model, you'll get the multiple WAN ports. And again, you will get some LAN port to connect your firewall with the LAN. Okay. So you're going to terminate all the ISPs, okay, all the lease line or ISP into the WAN port. This is your WAN port. WAN 1, WAN 2, WAN 3. This is LAN 1, LAN 2, LAN 3. So let's take an example. You have purchased some internet connectivity from Tata. So Tata has provided some router to you. Okay. So this is the router. Okay. So your router is connected to your MUX, okay, with the fiber connectivity. So till your Tata router, you're getting the fiber connectivity. So this is the FC cable. And from router, from your Tata router, one cable is getting connected to your WAN 1. And this is the CAT cable, CAT 6 cable. Or we can say this is the copper cable, CAT 6. Okay. So till Tata router, you will get the fiber connectivity, and from router to your firewall, you're connecting via Cat 6 cable. And again from the Tata, you're getting some public IPs. So out of, let's see, you have purchased 10 public IPs. Out of 10 public IP, you're going to configure here one public IP. Public IP. With the same way, you're maintaining the multiple ISPs. Okay. You have some BSNL, you have some U broadband. Again, same thing. So this is a FC cable you're getting, and your second cable is getting terminated into the WAN 2. Again, you got some public IPs from the BSNL, and out of those 10 or 12 public IPs, you are going to configure one public IP on WAN 2. Public IP. Now you need to understand a LAN port. So why LAN ports are required? So LAN ports are required to connect your firewall into the backend network. So this is a public network. We can say this is the public thing. Okay. And the LAN port 1 you are going to use to connect with the network switch. So this is a network switch. This is the network switch, and that network switch is getting connected with a LAN port. Okay, so this is the WAN connectivity, this is the LAN connectivity. Till clear, or any question, any doubt till? Any doubt, any question till?
No.
Okay, so let's go into the Azure firewall now, how it works. So the same thing, okay, same architecture you will get, but this is the physical firewall which we have discussed, and this is the virtual firewall. This is the virtual firewall. So when you deploy the Azure firewall, by default, Microsoft is configuring one public IP as a public facing, as a WAN port. Okay, you can have a multiple public IPs for the redundancy or to launch the multiple services. So public IP. And why separate subnet is required? So subnet is nothing but my backend network. So Microsoft is creating one LAN port as well. So this is my WAN port. This is my WAN port, and this is my LAN port. This is my LAN port. Okay, so my LAN port is getting connected into the backend subnet. Okay, now what is next? So this is the infrastructure gate. Okay, this is the main gate of my infrastructure. So any traffic which is coming from internet, okay, it will hit on my firewall first, and from the firewall it will divert into the next hop. Okay, so what is the best practices? What is the recommended practices here? You should have a separate VNet and separate subnet for the firewall, and you should have the separate VNet, separate network, separate subnet for your production workload. So now we are going to deploy here 3 VNets. So this is my production prod underscore VNet 192.168.1.0/24. This is my test VNet, which is 2.0, and this is my QA. Which is my 3.0. Okay. Now I am not going to segregate the /24. I'm going to use the same range as a subnet. Okay, I'm going to use the same range as a subnet. So here I'm going to define the same subnet. Prod underscore subnet 192.168.1.0/24. Then test subnet, which is 2.0. Then QA subnet underscore subnet 192.168.3.0 /24. Okay, so under that particular network, we are going to deploy a virtual machines. See, prod server, test server, and QA server. So this is the prod server. This is my test server. And this is QA server. And all the VNets I'm going to configure with the peering, okay, between my Azure firewall VNet and my production, test, and QA. So means my firewall VNet will communicate with the production. My firewall VNet will communicate with the test VNet, and my firewall VNet will communicate with the QA VNet. So this is a VNet pairing. This is the VNet pairing. This is the VNet pairing. This is the VNet pairing. VNet pairing. This is the VNet pairing. Okay, now, so my production server can communicate with the firewall, my test server can communicate with the firewall, and my QA server can communicate with the firewall. So all the backend infrastructure we are going to deploy without public IP. We are not going to deploy any public IP on the server level. We are going to block the internet as well from my backend network. Everything we are going to divert, or everything we are going to configure by routing the firewall. So if your users, let's see, you have some website here, your website, right? So that website, your people are going to consume, people are going to use by using the firewall. So means if your user is hitting on your website, so first your request should be redirected to your firewall, and via firewall it will get redirected to your actual server. Okay, any question till, any doubt, any question? Any question, any doubt?
I have one question.
Yeah, please.
So, basically, in production environment, like in actual environment, all the incoming traffic from the internet is a bit risky, right?
Right.
So, in that case, like, what is the default? I think best practice is to block the internet.
Exactly. Yes. See,
all the inbound traffic should not
exactly.
be allowed.
Exactly. So all the incoming traffic which is from internet, it will get denied at a firewall level only, because this is your gate of your infrastructure, right? So if anyone is entering in your infrastructure, okay, by using the firewall, so that person can play with your backend infrastructure as well, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So it should not. Okay. For that, you need to configure the security on front level only. So yes, please.
So if any particular website is something that we want to allow, so we can do that, right?
Yes, we can. Yes. This is a PaaS service, Azure Firewall. So now again, one more point I wanted to highlight, which is very important. So don't compare Azure Firewall with the third-party firewall. So in today or next class, okay, we are going to discuss the third-party firewall as well, like how to design the third-party firewall on Microsoft Cloud. So we are going to take the example as a FortiGate firewall. So into the FortiGate firewall, it comes under platform as a service, and Azure firewall comes under FortiGate firewall comes under infrastructure as a service, and your Azure firewall comes under platform as a service. So what is the difference between two concepts? Let me explain first, and then you will get the more idea. Firewall on Azure infrastructure, right? So you will get only two scenarios. You will not get third scenario. Okay. Into the industry, you will have only the two scenarios. First scenario, Azure firewall service, which is comes under PaaS. In second scenario, third party firewall. On Azure, AWS, and Google. The architecture is remains same for Azure, for AWS, for Google. Okay. Now, so what is the main difference between two scenario? Okay, so that particular scenario comes under infrastructure as a service. Okay. Now, when you spin up the service, when you spin up the Azure firewall, okay, let me correct the spelling. Okay, so when you spin up the Azure firewall service under your subscription and under your account, Microsoft is going to deploy one appliance in the backend. So what Microsoft is going to do? Microsoft is going to deploy. So Microsoft is by one appliance in the backend. So that appliance is nothing but your virtual machine. Okay, but we are not going to manage the backend VM. Okay, operating system we are not going to manage. Performance we are not going to manage. Okay, so everything managed by Microsoft. We are going to create only rules. So we have, or we can say will get the access on only rule level. You got the concept or any question?
Yeah, got it.
You got it? Any question till? Any doubt till? Sagar, any question?
This is for Azure firewall, correct? No?
Yeah. This is for the Azure firewall. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So let's go into the second option, which is very important. Okay. Now second scenario is third party firewall. So third party firewall is nothing but Palo Alto. FortiGate. Sonic Wall. Cisco AZ. Okay, so there are multiple vendors. See why people are not using Azure firewall service. The reason, see, Microsoft is not master into the firewall things, right? Microsoft is not mastering into the security. So Cisco is a master into the security. Palo Alto is a master into the security. Your Sonic Wall is a master into the security. So that's why into the enterprise level customers, okay, they are using a third party firewall on Microsoft. So we are also using a third party firewall only. We are using Cisco ASA. We are using the FortiGate. Palo Alto also we are using with the some of the customer. But for the small customer, they are using Azure firewall. But when you compare with the enterprise customers, they are using only the third-party firewalls. Okay. So let's understand and let's compare. So when you deploy the third-party firewall, the third-party firewall is going to deploy with the virtual machine. So this is my firewall. Okay, this is my firewall VM. Okay, so as a Azure admin, we are going to manage virtual machine, VM performance, then VM disk and VM OS. See, OS actually we are not going to manage. Your firewall team will manage, because this is the customized OS you will get. So 99% vendor means Palo Alto, FortiGate, SonicWall, Cisco, they are using some customized OS, which is based on Linux. And top up of that, they are configuring the firewall. They are going to configuring the firewall. Okay, so means here we need to manage virtual machine and firewall OS. Firewall OS we need to manage. Now here we can see the virtual machine. Into the first scenario, we cannot see the virtual machine. Virtual machine is getting created at Microsoft end. But into the second scenario, virtual machine is getting created at our end, Azure level end. Any question till any doubt? Vishakha, any question? Any doubt?
No question. No question.
Okay, just give me 1 minute. Okay, we'll back in 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go into the R lab, and first we'll start the deployment of Azure firewall. So before that, we'll deploy the VNets, required VNet. Okay. For the better management, we'll create a multiple resource groups. Okay. So this is the best practice. Okay. So which we have discussed into our lab. See, this is the diagram, and this is the recommended way. Okay. This is the best practices which Microsoft is asking to use during the design and deployment. Okay. So let's go into the infrastructure. Okay, now I'm going to create new resource group. Your firewall. Here we'll deploy the firewall. So what we'll do, we'll use the EastUS2. Then deploy the production. EastUS2. Then deploy test infra. And let's deploy the QA infra. Okay, now we need to design the VNets. We need to design the networks. So what we'll do, what Microsoft is asking to do, Microsoft is asking to deploy all the VNets in a single, or we can have a required VNet into the required resource groups. So let's go into the home, create a VNet. VNet. Azure firewall. Firewall VNet. East to West 2. And as per diagram, what is the IP addressing? 172.21. 172.21.0.0/24/16 subnet. So Azure firewall subnet. So Azure firewall subnet, A capital, F capital, S capital. So your name should be the same every time when you deploy the Azure firewall. 172.21.1.0/24. 172.21.1.0/24. Review and create. Now let's deploy the production VNet. One 192.168.1.0/24. dot subnet. Then let's deploy the test vnet and QA vnet. Is 2.0. Let me check, okay, which, go to home. One 192.168.1.0/24. 24. What about the other? Okay, so same network key is configured with some different region. Okay, so what we'll do here, we'll change the IP addressing as per diagram. We'll configure here, let's say 10.0 something. Or we'll use the different IP addressing. So have here 172.22.1.0/24. 2.0/24. 3.0/24. Let's delete the subnet and because that subnet we are not going to use, and delete the address space as well. So that address space also we are not going to use 192.1, right? Delete it. Save. Okay, so go to subnet, create a one subnet here, prod-subnet 172.22.1.0/24. Let's have the one more vnet, which is my test vnet. 172.22.2.0/24. And third VNet will be the QA VNet. Okay, now network part we have deployed. Okay, and let's configure the peering now. As per design, we have deployed the VNets, and now we need to configure the peering from firewall to prod, firewall to my test, and firewall to my QA. Go into the home, VNets, go to the firewall. So firewall to prod, right? Go to the VNet peering. So last week we have discussed like how it works and why we are going to create a peering. So firewall to my prod. So we are not going to use any feature. Okay, we'll discuss. Okay, all the features during the gateway. And so this is a reverse link, right? So this is the firewall to production, and this is prod to firewall. Prod to firewall. Subscription network, which is my production as a destination network, say add.
Yogesh, is there an issue if we create a VM first on three subnets and so on three?
No, no, you can deploy. See, as a base practices, like network needs to be designed first.
Okay.
You can see once you design the network, then you can deploy the virtual machines, right? Okay, so
Yeah.
firewall to prod is configured now. Now we'll deploy one more peer between firewall to test. And again, this is a reverse test to firewall. My test network. Add. So at a time, two connections are getting created: firewall to test and test to firewall. Then one more VNet peer, firewall to QA. And this is QA to firewall. This is my QA network. Okay, now my network is ready, and now we can deploy a firewall. So let's go into the home and search the firewall. See, this is the service, firewall service. Create a firewall. Resource group, Azure firewall. Any name you can deploy. Let's see, firewall 1. Firewall 1. Under East US 2. Availability zone we are not going to use. I don't want any redundancy. Now choose a virtual network. So create a new network, or already you have created a network. So use the existing one, because already we have created the VNet, right? So if you select some different network where firewall subnet is not created, like production, see, Azure firewall cannot be used with the Azure, with the virtual network from the different resource group, right? So let's select here Azure firewall VNet, where Microsoft will detect automatically Azure firewall subnet. Okay, now Microsoft is asking to provide the name for public IP. So let's create a new public IP, because as we discussed into the diagram, right? So Microsoft is going to create one public IP as a WAN port, right? So we can give here name firewall public IP. Okay, next, and create it.
Yogesh,
Yes.
just a small query, like why, how come that Azure could not detect the resource group with a different this thing? Just because we have given the name Azure Firewall, that's why?
Yeah. See. What Microsoft is recommending, when you deploy the firewall, so that the VNet which you have created for the firewall, that VNet and your firewall service needs to be created in a same resource group. That's why.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. During the gateway as well, the same practice we need to follow. The required network, required subnet, and that service needs to be created in the same resource group.
Okay.
Okay. So what we'll do meanwhile, we will deploy 3 virtual machines. Production. This is my production info. Server. Windows 2K12 R2 only. See, now I'm going to select here production VNet and production subnet. Okay, now one more point I wanted to highlight. I am not going to deploy virtual machine with public IP, because public IP is not required at all. So all the traffic we are going to route via firewall. So public IP is not required. If you wanted to take the RDP of virtual machine, we will create some NAT rule into the firewall. Okay. So let's go here. Create it. Then we'll deploy test server. test vnet, test subnet, public IP not required. Okay, so let's create a one more virtual machine, which is QA, right? So firewall also deployed. Now let's go into the third virtual machine. My QA server. Windows 2K12 R2. Okay, now let's go into the our design and we'll understand one more scenario, and that scenario is nothing but UDR. Okay, so like we have deployed the virtual machine, 3 VMs we have deployed without public IP. So if you are not going to deploy public IP, if you are not going to create a public IP, still you will get the internet access on the server. See, what is the default behavior from Microsoft? There is no relation with public IP and internet. If you are not going to deploy, if you're not going to create a public IP on a virtual machine, but still you can access the internet, outgoing internet. I'm talking from virtual machine to your internet, means you can hit internet from the virtual machine and you can access the internet. So currently my internet traffic is not routed via firewall. Currently my internet traffic is not routed via firewall. So my requirement here is I wanted to route all the traffic via firewall. So what needs to be done? Any idea? Any guess? What needs to be done?
We need to add the default gateway IP as a firewall IP.
Yes, but see, when you do the comparison, then your answer is when you do the comparison with the on-premises, then your answer is right. But when you deal with the cloud, you should not change a default gateway. So when you change the default gateway with the moment, you will not get a RDP of the virtual machine. So that's why in Azure, in AWS, in Google, you should not change the gateway. Gateway should be a same which is provided by your vendor. Now you got the clarity or any question?
No, got the clarity.
Yeah. Now what is next? So if you're not going to change the gateway, then what needs to be done? So in last lecture, we have discussed some system routes, right? System route. Now we need to deal with the user routes, user defined routes, which is UDR. User define route. Okay. So when you define the UDRs, when you configure the UDR, your UDR will take the first preference. So when you configure the UDR, see default a sequence is system routes. Okay, system routes you are going to use by default. But when you define the UDR, when you configure the UDR, your UDR are going to take the first preference, first precedence here, and then system routes. Okay, so UDR. Now UDR can be a deploy on only subnet level. UDR can be deploy or configure on subnet level. Only subnet level. So what we are going to do now, we are going to deploy or we are going to configure the UDR. Okay, so before configuring the UDR, I will demonstrate like how to configure the netting. See, UDR I'm going to configure at a subnet level. So when you configure the UDR, you need to define the next hop. Okay, so let's go into the portal first and let's go into the firewall. First, we'll understand the Azure firewall. See, there are two IP addresses. This is your private IP and this is your public IP. What is the public IP which Microsoft is offering? Let me click on a public IP object. So this is the public IP, right? Let me note down into the diagram. So this is my public IP. This is my public IP. What is the private IP address of the firewall? Which is 172.168.1.4 is my private IP address. Let me note it down into the LAN port. So this is my LAN port. Okay. So into the UDR, we are going to configure next hop as a 1.4. Okay. Into the UDR next hop. Which is 1.4. The UDR next hop will be the 1.4. Into the UDR next hop will be the 1.4. So what will happen when you configure the UDR at a subnet level? Your routing got changed, so all the traffic is routed into that port only. आपका जो भी ट्रैफिक है वो सारा ट्रैफिक यहाँ पे आपने राउट कर दिया. That's it. Then firewall needs to be decide. For the internet allow or deny. So as per your configuration, then it will decide whether that website needs to be open or block. So any question till, any doubt till?
Where we are configuring this UDR, I mean, we are configuring it on the any network switch.
No, subnet level. No, subnet level.
Okay.
Subnet level, not on a switch level, not on a virtual machine level, only subnet level. Any question till is very important. It's very, very important. So in interview, you will get the such type of questions only. So people will not ask like how to deploy virtual machine. People will ask like how you will configure the routing. So why you are going to configure the UDR. So you have to explain each and everything, each and every component. So the interview will be based on your scenario base. Okay, not on only the component or not only the theory base. Any question till?
So before configuring UDR, where this traffic going from virtual machine to where to directly subnet?
Exactly. So you're asking a very valid question. So without UDR, your traffic is getting forwarded to 1.1, 2.1, and 3.1, which is a default gateway, right?
Yes.
Default gateway. आपका जो default gateway है, right? 192, 162, sorry, not 192. From that range, 172, 22.1.1 is a default gateway. यहाँ पे क्या रहेगा आपका default gateway? 2.1.
Okay, so we cannot configure any rule on default gateway. That is why we have created UDR.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's why we have diverted all the traffic into the next hop, and next hop is nothing but my IP address of the firewall, private IP address of the firewall.
Private IP address. Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So the same funda we need to use. Same funda we need to use during the third party firewall as well. Okay. So if you understand Azure firewall, then you will get the understanding of the third party firewall as well. Okay. See, now one more point I wanted to highlight, which we have discussed into the theory, like we have deployed the Azure firewall, right? So we cannot see here any virtual machine for the firewall. We can see only the service. So this is the service and this is the option which we need to play, which we need to configure. But will not get any virtual machine here, right? Virtual machine has been created at the backend at a Microsoft level. But when you deploy the third party firewall, you will get here one virtual machine. Now you got the point or any question? Okay, so let's go into the firewall quickly. And first we'll understand how to configure the netting. See, currently we have multiple virtual machines and we do not have any public IP configured on those servers to take the RDP of the virtual machines, right? So go to the production server. Go to the production servers. There is no public IP. So what is the best practice? So you need to understand one more best practice. So the best practice is configuring the multiple NAT rule. You need to configure the one more subnet, and that subnet is nothing but a management subnet. Management underscore subnet 172.21.2.0/24. And under management subnet, you are going to create a one jump box, or you're going to create a one terminal server. Okay, both are same, jump box or terminal server. Okay, so again the machine you are going to create without public IP. So at a firewall level, NAT rule. So what is NAT rule? So it will convert the traffic from public to private. Okay, so you are going to hit on public IP. So automatically that traffic is getting converted into the private IP address, and you will get the RDP of the virtual machine. So what you are going to do into the production, you are going to configure the NAT rule for that particular server. So your user will hit on a public IP with the RDP protocol. So it will hit on that server, And once you logged in into the server, then you can take the RDP of the backend infrastructure. Any question till? Any doubt?
So means we have to RDP first, that is 21.2 for means management IP. We have to take remote of management IP, and then from there we can access this private IP address of product,
Exactly.
test, and QA.
Exactly. Yes. So what we will do, we will deploy one terminal server as well. Okay, one Jumpbox as well. Then you will get the more clarity. There is no point to create a multiple NAT rules for NAT rule for production server, NAT rule for test server, NAT rule for QA server. Means you are exposing the complete infrastructure. So I don't want to expose a complete infrastructure, right? ये मुझे पूरा बाहर expose नहीं करना है. That's why I am going to have a separate Jumpbox, and from Jumpbox I will access my infrastructure. So let's deploy one TS server. So TS server I'm going to configure in Azure Firewall only, resource group, which is my TS Windows 12R2 admin 100. Again, I'm not going to configure the public IP. So firewall VNet. Okay, so I do not see under firewall subnet we cannot deploy the virtual machine. So I should have or manage a subnet, and let's create a management subnet. Which is 2.0. So management subnet, public IP not required at all. Next. Let's create it.
Which is it mandatory to use this subnet which we have used for the backend infra?
Which subnet you are talking?
Like for the management server or for that Jumpbox, we have created
Yes,
172.
because because in that particular subnet you can create only the firewall. Okay, we can create only the firewall. You cannot have a virtual machine under that subnet. So you should have a one more subnet, okay, to deploy the virtual machines.
Yeah, but that subnet should be which we have used for the backend infrastructure. We can create, we can take anyone. I mean, we can go with the 4.0, 5.0/24, anything.
No, you can go ahead with the any subnet 4.0, 5.0, 6.0, any subnet from that particular network.
Okay.
You just give me 1 minute, okay? Meanwhile, it will deploy the virtual machine. Okay, so let me check the virtual machine. Okay, so TS server also we have deployed, right? So everything is deployed. So this is the local IP address of the TS server. This is the
We are using the same public IP address for this as well.
yes, you're asking something, right?
Yeah, I am asking that we are using same public IP address.
Yeah, we are going to use the same public IP of the firewall. Okay.
Okay.
So means all the RDP traffic is coming on that public IP. So by using that public IP, okay, by using a custom port number, it will divert to your TS server. Okay. So go to the firewall. This is the public IP, right? This is the public IP of the firewall. So let's go into the firewall, and into firewall you will get option as a rules. Okay. Now there are three type of rule. Okay. NAT rule, network rule, and application rule. So we'll understand what is NAT rule. So NAT rule is specifically we need to configure the inbound traffic which is coming from internet. Let's go here. Go to, okay, see, NAT rule collection, right? So NAT rule collection, inbound traffic. From internet. Okay. So if you wanted to configure the NAT rule, means all the incoming traffic which is from internet. So we can configure here RDP, DP, DPS with any port. Any port. Okay. What is the second scenario? Network rule collection. So if you wanted to communication between VNet to VNet, as per diagram, let's go into the diagram. So if you wanted to communicate production to test, test to QA, QA to test, test to production. So the rules needs to be created under the network option. So go to here. VNet to VNet. Okay, like route to test, test to prod, prod to QA, QA to prod. Okay. Now there is a third option, right? Application rule. So by using the application rules, we can configure the required website. Okay, the complete website management you can do into the third option, which is application rules collection. Okay, so we'll go step by step. So first we'll create a one NAT rule to get the access of my TS server. Go to the rules NAT rule and create a NAT rule. So again, to increase the security, we will use some custom ports. Okay. So TS server RDP. Priority starts from 100. Name TS server. Which protocol you wanted to use? I wanted to use TCP. Source IP all. All means anyone can hit. Star का मतलब क्या होता है? What is the meaning of star? Anyone can hit from the outside. Anyone can hit from the internet. Okay. What is the destination address? My destination address is the public IP, the public IP of the firewall. So I'm going to hit on that public IP. Okay. Which port number? I'm going to configure the some custom port number. Let's see public IP with 5001. And what is the translated address? So when you hit on that public IP with the custom port, your traffic should be forwarded to that IP, and that your traffic should be forwarded to that particular port as well. So my server is not understanding the 5001 for RDP. My server is understanding only 3389, which is my default port, right? So translated address is my 2.4 and translated port is 3389. Any question on the NAT rule? Please let me know. Any question? Any question? Any doubt?
This is in case of Windows, right? If we are using Linux,
then you need to allow 22 ports. SSH.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So your front end port will remain same. It will change only the backend port.
Yeah, and from that jump box we can SSH to different machines, right?
Exactly. Yes. So in your scenario, your jump box also is a Linux machine, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. Go to the next. If you want, I can have into the next lab. Means today only we will deploy one Linux machine and I can demonstrate you. Okay. Let's add.
Okay.
Let's add. It will take 2 minutes. Okay.
So this is a static netting, correct?
This is a static netting, yeah. Okay, so let's go. So this is the public IP colon 5001, right? We need to hit MSTSC, enter. See, now I am able to take the RDP of the TS server, admin 100. Okay, so let's try to ping your other servers. My production server, my QA server, and my test server. Okay, so what is the IP address of the production server? That IP address is 1.4. So let's try to ping from the TS server. Ping. See, we are able to ping, right? Also, we can check the MSTSC, means RDP as well. 172, 22, 1.4. See, we can take the RDP as well. With the same way, 2.4, we can ping. 3.4, we can ping. Okay, now what is next? So if we take the RDP of 1.4, okay, let's go here. Admin 100. Okay, so this is my production server, right? This is my production server, and from production server I cannot ping to my test server because we are not defined any network rule. So go to the command line and let's try to check. Ping 172.22.2.4. See, we cannot ping, right? Why? Because we are not allowed the traffic between two VNets, and that particular traffic we need to allow from the firewall level. Okay, so we'll go step by step, and let's check internet. Okay, so before accessing the internet here, before accessing the internet, let me disable the IE security policy. Okay, see, we are able to access the internet here. Okay, so let's go on a firewall and we'll understand the routing first. Okay, how to configure the UDR. So as we discussed into the design, into the diagram, like we are going to create one UDR, and that UDR we will attach to all subnets. We are going to create one UDR, and that into the UDR we are going to attach to all subnets. So let's go into the Azure and search a UDR route table.
Yogesh, I have one question.
Yes, please.
So means without creating UDR, we can also do peering between subnets.
Yes.
To
See,
test.
see, peering, we are not going to configure between subnets. Peering, we are going to configure between VNets.
Okay.
Okay, and there is no relation between peering and UDR. Okay, so UDR you are going to create just to access your other VNet. That's it. But UDR you are going to deploy. You are going to create, or you are going to route all the traffic to particular IP address.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's go into the firewall and let's use some meaningful name. Okay. So to firewall, because I'm going to divert all the traffic to firewall. Okay, so let's go into the UDR and configure the route table. Go to the routes. To firewall. 0.0.0.0/0. So what is the meaning of 0? Means all the traffic. So all the traffic which is generated to that particular subnet. So all the traffic which is generated to that particular subnet, it should forward to firewall. So virtual gate, what is the next hop? My next hop will be the virtual appliance. And what is the IP address of virtual appliance? Means our firewall, which is 2.4. Okay. Okay. So what is next? Now that particular UDR, I'm going to configure on all the subnets. See, as per diagram, the UDR needs to be configured on production subnet, test subnet, and QA subnet. Go to the subnet option and add one by one all the subnets. Okay, let me check the. Okay, sorry, I by mistake I have created into the west US. Okay, let me delete it. It should create into the east US too. That's why the network is not detecting. Azure firewall should east to west 2. Virtual appliance and okay, so let's go to the subnet and associate with all the subnets. Virtual network is production, subnet is production subnet. Virtual network is QA, subnet is QA subnet. Virtual network is my test, subnet is test subnet. Okay, now let's go into our server. So this is my production server, right? Where we have configured the routing, and let's try to access the internet here. So this is the TS server. In TS server, we are not configured the UDR, right? Google. Okay, so it will take 2 to 3 minutes to reflect the settings on the server. See, now I'm not able to access the internet on the server. Why? My gateway, it's remains same. If you see the gateway IP config, my gateway, it's remains same 1.1, but I'm not able to access the internet, because as we discussed into the theory, when you configure the UDR is taking the first preference. Okay, so system routes Microsoft will check with the second priority. So the first priority Microsoft will give into the UDR, and into UDR we have defined my next hop will be the IP address of the my firewall, and into the firewall there is no internet allowed. Till clear or any question? Any question till? Vishaka, any question from your side?
No. Firewall is disabled at Microsoft 10 only. Now we haven't done anything.
Right. See, when you deal with the security products, okay, so I'm talking on general concept now. When you deal with the security concept, so by default you will get deny all.
Okay.
Yeah,
Got
by
it.
default, yeah, by default you will get deny all, and you need to allow as per your requirement. So by default internet is deny.
Yeah.
Right. So if you wanted to allow Gmail, you need to allow the Gmail. If you wanted to allow Facebook, you need to allow into that particular option, and then you will get those websites on the server.
Okay.
Right. See, actually into the production, when you deal with the security things, or when you deal with the audit teams, okay, when you perform the audits of the cloud in infrastructure, so internet at all not allowed on your server, because
Yes.
you're putting internet means you're carrying your risk.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So what Microsoft or what audit is saying and what best practice is saying, if you wanted to allow a particular website, so don't open all the websites. So allow that particular website only with particular port only. But internet is not required at all, because your Microsoft patching is done via WSUS server or SCCM server. Your Linux machine patching is done via satellite server. So
Satellite server,
at
yeah.
all, yeah, at all internet not required, not required. Because if you allow the Gmail or OneDrive or Google Drive, okay, and if any user is logged in into the server, so that user can upload the data from your server to OneDrive, right?
Right.
Right. So that's why internet at all not allowed. Okay. But still, if you need, then you can provide a specific permission or specific websites. Okay. So let's go into the firewall and we'll understand how we can allow the internet. And then into the third scenario, we will discuss how we can allow the communication between multiple VNets, right? So as per diagram, currently my production is not communicating with the test, and test is not communicating with the QA, because the segregation is required. So logical segregation is required here every time. Okay. Again, for the more security. So if your production is accessing the test, means there is no security. So by mistake, if your SAP admin did some changes into the test, and without any permission he had changed same changes into the product server as well, so what will happen? It will, your SAP will get impacted, right? So it should not happen. That's why your test is should not access your production, or your product should not access test. But in some scenarios, like management is asking to allow the traffic between test server to production server. So we are not going to allow the complete network. We are going to allow only server to server. Means only my prod server will communicate with the test server. Only test server will communicate with the prod server with the specific port number. Okay. So let's go into the firewall now. Go to firewall. So we have discussed how we can configure the NAT. So in today's scenario, we'll deploy one more NAT rule to publish the website. Now go to the rules again and go to the application rules. Okay, let's add an application rule. Now I wanted to allow some internet here. Okay, so internet. And I am going to allow Gmail here, or let's see Facebook. Google. Okay, source. See, now currently we have 3 networks, right? So go to the diagram. Okay, now currently we have 3 subnets: 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. So in which network you wanted to allow the internet? Do you want to allow internet on production subnet, production network, or production server? So you need to specify here. If you say here star, means all 3 subnet can access the internet. If you provide a particular range 192, 160, sorry, not 192, 172, 22, 1.0/24 means that particular range will access the internet. If you provide a particular IP address of the server 1.4, only production server can access the internet. So let's use a same scenario. So I'm going to allow internet for only production server, not for test and not for QA server. I'm going to allow HTTPS. Which website? star.google.com. star.gmail.com. Okay, and let's add. Priority should be 100. It starts from 100. Okay, meanwhile, we'll take the RDP of the test server. We'll take the RDP of the test server and then we'll do the comparison. (172.22.2.4).
We have taken this RDP from TS server. No?
TS server, yes. Because your VNet to VNet communication we are not enabled yet. That's why.
Then we have created that UDR rule for that, no? That is why we have created.
No. UDR rule we have created to divert all the traffic to firewall. That's it.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, let's disable the internet security option. Okay, so let's try to access the internet into the test server. So before that, let's go into the command line. Hostname. This is my test server. See, internet is not allowed. Okay, internet is not working. So let's go into the my prod server. So this is our prod server, right? Hostname. So this is prod server and try to access the internet here. So let me close and let's allow here internet. Okay, let me recheck. Okay, the rule which we have created. star.google.com and star.gmail.com https. My source will be the 172.22.1.4, right? So Yes, 172.22.1.4. Okay, so it takes some time. Okay, in some scenarios, just wait. We need to wait some time. Any question till any doubt? Everything is configured in a proper way, which is my Google name is Google, allowed 100, source address 192.168.1.4/24. Let me do it. Save. Okay, so this is not range. Okay, this is the IP address. 1.4 HTTPS. Okay, so we'll wait some time. Okay, meanwhile we'll understand the communication between two networks. Okay. So this is 1.4. Let's go into the command line and let's try to hit on my test server, which is 172.22.2.4, which I'm not able to ping here, right? So let's go into the network rules collection, and into the network rule collection, now we need to define the traffic. So I wanted to communicate my prod server to test server. Prod server to test server starts from 100. Action allow rule. What is the rule? Rule name is prod to test. Protocol ICMP means I wanted to allow the ping. I wanted to allow the TCP as well. What is the source? My source is IP address of my prod server, which is 172.22.1.4, and my destination is 2.4. 2.4 with all ports. Now the next rule, test to prod, ICMP and TCP address. So now this is my source and this is my destination with all ports, and say save, add. Okay, so successfully updated the rules. Okay, so again, still we are not able to access the test server from the production, right? So what needs to be done? Now there is a one more setting we need to configure at VNet level. So let's go into the VNet. Now go to the home, go to VNet, and now there is a firewall VNet where we have created the VNet peering, right? So go to the VNet peering. Now under the VNet peering, if you go, you will get option as a traffic forwarded from the remote virtual network, and it should allow. So in our scenario, that traffic is allowed. Okay, in our scenario, that traffic is allowed. So if you go here, you will get the complete detail. See, this settings allows forwarded traffic from prod VNet to your firewall VNet. But what is our flow? Our flow is production VNet to, sorry, firewall VNet to production, right? Firewall VNet to production. So let's go into the reverse direction. Here we need to block it. So that option needs to be blocked on all the level. Okay, so again at a next level, means at a production VNet level, we need to disable and we need to re-enable it. Go to the peering. Okay, so production we have disabled, and now let's go into the test VNet. Go to peerings. That option needs to be disabled, and we will re-enable it. Okay, from QA as well. Okay, so let's re-enable it at production level. See, now here These settings allow traffic from the firewall VNet to your production VNet. Means my traffic is hitting on firewall VNet, but firewall is not forwarding that traffic to the next hop. So next hop is nothing but my test. Allow. Go to the diagram. See, when I ping from the production server, my traffic is getting forwarded to till my firewall, but my firewall is not forwarding that traffic to the my hop, next hop. Next hop is my test server. So I'm going to enable that option. And let's enable the option for the test as well. This is my allow. Now it should work. This is the way to configure it. Also, we have allowed all the ports as well. So firewall, then rules, then my network rule. This is the network rule, right? Okay. So let me segregate it. Prod to test, and we'll create a one more rule for test to prod. 172.22 1.4 to 2.4. Let's add one more rule. TCP and ICMP. Source type. So 172.22.2.4 to 1.4 with all ports. So which protocol we have added into here? Let's add other as well. See, everything is configured in a proper way. Okay, so let's take a break. Okay, so in break we'll troubleshoot the issue. Okay, you take a break of 15 minutes. Okay, then we'll continue it. So any question till any doubt till Vishnu, any question from your side?
No, I think there is a means in a server firewall may block the ping.
No, not. See, at least it should ping should work, right? Let me check. Okay, to disable the firewall, but it should work.
Okay.
Let me check. 2.4. Let me try to disable the firewall, but by default RDP is allowed into the firewall. Okay, no issues. We can try one more time. So already we have access of the test server, right? Which is my 2.4. Just firewall off. But this is the same network. This is a backend network only. It should ping. Okay, not sure what is the issue. We are not able to ping it. Okay, so you take a break. Okay. Meanwhile, I will do the troubleshooting and then we'll discuss. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, can we start?
Yes.
Yeah. So that we need to check. Okay. So the configuration part, it's good. Okay. So we have done the required things, but still we are not able to communicate between two networks. Okay, which is production to test and test to production. So what I recommend here, just you try at your end. Okay, because this is a PaaS service. Okay, we do not have anything. We need to raise a ticket with Microsoft only. Okay, in such cases, because this is a PaaS service. Okay, so you try with your end with all the steps which we have followed during the deployment, because there is no option. Okay, it's the same options we need to use during the backend network communication. 1.0 to 2.0 and 2.0 to 1.0. So everything we have deployed as per the requirement. 2.0, 1.0. So let me check one more thing. Okay, which is comes under troubleshooting. We can check the machine, that virtual machine, the network interface, and there is option to effective routes. Okay, we can check the effective routes where my traffic is going. Okay, okay, so this is the default, this is the VNet pairing we are getting with my firewall. Then all the internet traffic is getting forwarded to 2.4. Okay, so from firewall, okay, the traffic is not getting forwarded to the next hop. So till firewall my machine is reaching. See, till firewall it's my traffic is reaching here, but after firewall machine is not able to communicate. Okay, associate with the route table, let me check. I can try to delete and re-add it. Okay, if Okay, now let me try one more time or to network watcher. Production infra 1.4 3389 2.4. See where till that traffic is reaching to till your firewall, which is 2.4, but after firewall, that firewall is not able to communicate with the next hop, which is my test. So that we need to check, okay, or we can try with the redeploy with the firewall. So you can try at your end with the same steps and let me know the result. Any doubt till any question? You got the concept? Vishnu?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we need. Yeah, we will check for that.
Yes,
IP5,
yes. Yes, you need to check it because it should work because we have followed the
ideally, it should work.
required things. Yeah. Because we do not have the complete control of the Microsoft firewall. That's why. Okay. So if it is a third-party firewall, then definitely we can do the everything because the complete access of the firewall we have, right? So let's go into the next. So let me delete the complete infrastructure and we'll understand one more scenario. And that scenario is nothing but my third party firewall, or we can have, let me check the timings. Okay, so we'll understand the third party firewall only. Okay, we'll not deploy the gateway we will deploy next week. So the same diagram we will use during the gateway. So I will save that diagram. So this firewall topic we can complete today. Okay, so what is the drawback of that firewall? What is the disadvantage? What is the limitation? The limitation here is you cannot connect your on-premises data center to your Azure infrastructure. Is all your on-premises infrastructure. So if you wanted to build a connectivity between your data center, let's see your data center 1, data center 2, and your data center 3. All right. So if you wanted to communicate with your data center, then again you need to use one more product to configure the VPN, because your Azure firewall is not supporting the site-to-site VPN traffic, right? So when you deploy the Azure firewall, so almost you're investing $1,200 per month, and still you're not able to configure the connections. So that's why people are not using the Azure firewall into the industry, because if you wanted to use Azure firewall, then you need to club one more service from Microsoft where you can do the connectivity between your on-prem to cloud-prem, and that particular service is nothing but VPN gateway. There is a one more service. Again, same thing, that VPN gateway needs to be deployed into the separate VNet. VPN gateway. So the name here, again same thing, gateway subnet. Gateway subnet. 172.21, let's see, 3.0/24. So this is a gateway subnet, and under gateway subnet, again you are going to deploy one more patch service, which is gateway. Okay, so now you are going to establish a connectivity between your on-prem to gateway, on-prem to gateway, and on-prem to gateway. Okay, so your internal user, means your on-prem user, will connect a gateway, and via gateway they will access your backend infrastructure. Your internet user will connect to your firewall, and via firewall they will access the infrastructure. Again, what you can do to enhance the security? So once you reached here, so if your user is reaching here, then all the traffic you need to divert to firewall. Into the firewall, it will check all the traffic, all the packets, and then automatically your traffic is getting forwarded to the required server. Now you got the understanding, or any question? Any question till?
Can you pardon once?
Yeah, see, now what is the limitation here, okay, of Azure firewall? The limitation here is you cannot create a site-to-site VPN tunnel between your on-prem to cloud-prem, because you're hosting your infrastructure on Microsoft cloud, right? And your on-prem users like ERP user or your production users, and they wanted to access the application which is hosted on your Microsoft Azure, right? So in that scenario, you need to involve one more Azure service, and that service is nothing but VPN gateway, Azure VPN gateway. So that gateway is responsible to connect your on-prem data center with Microsoft Azure. But when you use the third-party firewall, the third-party firewall is responsible, or third-party firewall is supported your firewalling capability and your VPN things as well. So in a single appliance, in a single service, you're getting the two options or two features: site-to-site VPN and firewall. And that's why the people are not using the Azure firewall here, because when you use the Azure firewall, then you need to deploy one more Azure service, and again this is a costly service. Around you need to invest $1,000 per month. $1,000 per month means you're investing $2,200 per month to achieve the firewall and to achieve the gateway. So instead of that, when you use the third-party products like FortiGate firewall, so FortiGate firewall we can use for the site-to-site VPN. FortiGate firewall we can use for the firewall capability as well. So is clear, or any question? Any question till? Okay, so let me save that diagram. So next week we will use the same design and we'll understand. Now let's delete the complete infrastructure and we'll redeploy with the third-party firewall. So during the third-party firewall, just we are going to change my front end, but the complete lab I'm going to demonstrate you. Okay, see, this is the diagram, right? So instead of Microsoft firewall, now we are going to deploy third-party firewall. We are going to deploy a FortiGate firewall here. Okay, then everything will remain same. So we will not delete a backend infrastructure, we will keep as it is. Okay, backend infrastructure we will keep as it is, and we'll deploy only the third party firewall as per the diagram. Third party diagram we will design, we will deploy, and only I need to change the routing. So currently is 21.21.1.4, right, which is my next stop. So might be I'll get here some different IP, so that routing needs to be changed, and then automatically it will communicate with the firewall. So we'll understand how third party firewall works now. So this is my broader VNet, okay, which we are going to deploy. FortiGate firewall VNet. FortiGate firewall VNet. And we are going to use the same network, and the network is nothing but my 172.21.0.0/24 or 16. And again, I'm going to create a multiple subnets. So when you deal with the third party firewall, okay, we'll explain, okay, in depth, like how it works. So we should have a two subnets. Why two subnets? We will understand, we will discuss. So this is the first subnet, this is the second subnet. Public subnet, which is 1.0/24, which is private subnet, which is 2.0. Okay, so as we discuss, like into the theory, when you deploy a third party firewall, by default we will get the one virtual machine with the customized OS, right? So when you deploy that firewall, by default that firewall will have the two network cards, two network interfaces. So this is my firewall. This is my virtual machine. Okay, and that virtual machine having a two NICs, two network interfaces. Two network interfaces. So first interface is getting connected with the public subnet, and second interface is getting connected with the private subnet. So all the incoming traffic which is coming from internet, okay, all the incoming traffic which is from internet, it will hit on that particular network card, and into the firewall OS we need to configure the routing, and by using that routing it will get diverted into your private subnet, and then you can access your backend infrastructure. So with the same way, like we have production VNet, we have test VNet, and we have QA VNet, right? So this is my product. 172.1.0/24. This is my test. Which is 2.0. Which is QA, which is my 3.0. Okay, and the same subnet we are using, subnet is 2.0, 3.0. Two dot zero. One dot zero. Okay. Again, same thing we need to do. VNet peering, already we have configured the VNet peering between the networks, right? So we need to recreate it because we have deleted that particular VNet. So the concept remains same. This is the VNet pairing. This is the VNet pairing, and this is the VNet pairing. VNet pairing, VNet pairing. Okay. Now we need to focus on third-party firewall now. So if your user is hitting from outside via internet, all the traffic will route or all the traffic will hit on your public network card, and every time your public interface, okay, public network interface is configured with the public IP. Public IP, and your private interface is configured with, see, your public interface is configured with the public IP. All the traffic is routed to private private IP address, which is configured on NIC1. Private IP NIC1. It starts from 0 actually. NIC 0. Okay. Now your NIC1 is configured with only the private IP address. No public IP. NIC1. Private IP NIC1. Okay. So your traffic is hitting on public IP. So public IP will forward that traffic to the private IP address of NIC 0. Your NIC 0 forwarded all the traffic to again another network card, which is NIC 1 with the private IP, and via that path it will communicate with the backend infrastructure. So you got the clarity or any confusion? Any question till, any doubt, any confusion?
So here we have private subnet, means we have deployed their one virtual machine as a jump box, no?
No. That Jumpbox subnet will be a different again. So to deploy the third-party firewall, you should have a minimum two subnet. Maximum we can have four to five subnet. There are multiple scenarios. Okay, so this is a standalone firewall we are talking. So we'll not explain how we can maintain the redundancy. So in next week, in next class, we will explain, okay, how we can maintain the redundancy. Okay, so you can have firewall with the HA as well, with the load balancing as well.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so third party firewall. Now let's go into our diagram and we'll discuss here only. Now third party firewall. So when you discuss on third party firewall, again there are two options you will get: BYOL or pay as you go. Pay as you go or BYOL. So this is a license type. We are talking on license type. This is the license, firewall license type, because without license you will not able to configure the firewall. Firewall license. So what is pay as you go? Pay as you go is nothing but your vendor, your FortiGate is providing the firewall with the license, and your Sonic Wall or your FortiGate will charge on hourly basis. So actually pay as you go, okay, it's very costly compared to BYOL. So if you are planning to use that firewall for next 3 years, so you should go with the BYOL. So what is BYOL? You will get the image from the Azure, and license you need to purchase from your vendor. So you need to contact your vendor, and from the vendor you need to purchase the license, and that license you will get with the good costing compared to pay as you go. Okay, so for the lab purpose, for the testing purpose, you can use the pay as you go model, or let's see for the short term, you wanted to deploy one FortiGate firewall for next 6 months. So when you ask to your vendor to provide the license for next 6 months, your vendor will say no, minimum you need to purchase for 1 year, right? So in such scenarios, then pay as you go is a good option, okay, to do the testing and to do the some R&D as well. But your business is asking for next 3 years, or next 5 years, then you should go with the BYOL. Feature wise, it remains same. All the feature will be the same with pay as you go into the BYOL as well. So let's go into the infrastructure now. So let's create a one resource group. So Azure firewall, let me check here. Okay, so that route table we will reconfigure it. Okay, let me delete the route table as well. Okay, so before that I need to deassociate all the subnets which we have configured. Okay, so let's delete a resource group and we'll create a new resource group. So resource group is FortiGate firewall. Under the West US2. East US2. Okay, so let's go into the Google. FortiGate firewall on Azure. Okay, so this is the marketplace. Okay, so we'll use that image. See, FortiGate next generation firewall. NGFW means next generation firewall. This is a single VM with the ARM template. Okay. See, this is the Azure. This is the Microsoft marketplace only. Marketplace is nothing but it's a shop. So in that shop you will get all type of images. Okay. Now you will get the plan as well. So your licensing is completely depend on your vCPU. Okay, which machine you are going to deploy, it's completely depend on the licensing here. See, if you deploy the virtual machine with 2 CPU, then this is the licensing, this is the monthly cost. Okay. If you deploy 4 vCPU virtual machine, then costing is getting increased here. Okay. Now let's go into the overview and get it now. Go to continue. So automatically it will redirect to my Azure account because already I have logged in into the same browser. Okay, see, try FortiGate free for 30 days with the pay as you go. So sometimes your FortiGate or Palo Alto is giving some free access as well for the 30 days. Okay, so we are going to use actual pay as you go now. We are not going to use 30 days copy. Okay, now resource group is my FortiGate firewall. Region is East US2. US2 firewall. So this is the name of virtual machine. Okay. So like people are using here some specific name, and that name is nothing but NVA. So NVA is the technical word. NVA stands for Network Virtual Appliance. Network Virtual Appliance. Okay. And now Microsoft is asking which operating system you wanted to use. So this is a OS. This is a FortiGate OS. Okay. So pay as you go 6.2.4, BYOL 6.2.4, pay as you go 6.2.5. So we can have a latest one, and that latest one is nothing but my pay as you go 6.4.3, which is latest one. So if you wanted to use BYOL, so you can use the BYOL, but when you log in first time, your Microsoft will ask the license file. You need to upload the license, then it will reboot the firewall, and then you can use the, or you can configure the firewall. But currently I do not have any license BYOL, that's why I'm going to use the pay as you go concept, pay as you go model 6.4.3. So FortiGate administrative username is a admin 100. FortiGate password, go to next. See, now Microsoft is asking to create a new network, VNet and subnet. See, outside subnet and inside subnet. This is public and this is private. So let's create a new VNet with our network details. Okay. So I wanted to use 172.21.0.0/24. It should 16, not 24. Okay. 172.21.0.0/16. So public facing subnet will be the 1.0/24, and inside subnet which is 2.0/24. Okay. Now, so the next option is your accelerated networking, which is not supported on a single firewall. Okay. So you will get all the details with your text space when you download the text space from FortiGate. Okay, in Palo Alto scenario it is supported, in SonicWall scenario it is supported, in Cisco AZ scenario it is supported, but it is not supported with the FortiGate off. And now I'm going to deploy virtual machine with a 4 CPU or 2 CPU. So we need to check. So let's deploy the virtual machine with the 2 CPU. Select. Now, as we discussed into the diagram, right? Microsoft is going to deploy one public IP on a first network interface. So Microsoft is asking here public IP name, object name. So firewall IP, firewall PIP. Okay. Say okay. Next and create. Okay, let me check the validation. Okay, I got the issue. My subscription is not valid for the third-party firewall, right? Okay, no issues. What we'll do quickly, we'll change the subscription. previous okay, I have production as well. So resource group needs to be create a new resource group. Firewall. That's it. East US 2 only. Next, everything we need to reconfigure it. So 172.21.0.0/16. 1.0/24. 0.0/24. Of, because I need to whitelist that particular subscription is not whitelisted, okay, from the Microsoft. So firewall PIP. Okay, let's create it. Any doubt, any question till? Swapnil, any question? Samir, any question till? Atul, any question?
Yogesh, if we mistakenly delete any resource group or any other virtual machine, okay, any object mistakenly, is there any option to recover the same? Or
No. See, if you have delete the virtual machine and if you have backup of the virtual machine, then you can restore the virtual machine from the backup. But if you delete the VNet, if you delete some other components, so that's why Microsoft is giving the one more feature. Let me show you that feature.
okay.
So we'll use that feature on production resource group. Okay. So go to the production resource group. So go to the production infra. Okay. Now there is an option as a lock. You can configure the lock. Means no one can delete the infrastructure. So lock type delete. Okay. So no one can delete the infra. And to configure the lock, you should have some owner permission, owner of the subscription. Okay. So when you try to delete the objects from that particular resource group, so when you configure the lock on the resource group level, it will inherit it to your child as well. So resource group is acting as a parent and resources acting as a child. So when you go with the all resources which is created under the production resource group, see, is all the resources, right? Virtual machine as a resource, go to the virtual machine and go to the lock option. Again, you will get the lock option. See, your that particular lock is getting inherited, right? Parent resource locks can't edit it here. If you wanted to do some changes, you need to edit into the parent level only. Okay, and by using that feature, like you can restrict to delete the infrastructure by mistake. So if someone is saying, let's see, you have L1, L2, L3. So L1, L2 is saying like if we wanted to delete some infrastructure or some object, and those objects are configured with the lock. So that L1, L2 should contact to your owner of the subscription, and that time only they can delete the infrastructure, right? With the cross verification, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So when you perform the labs, okay, when you refer all the options, then you will get the idea. Like multiple, there are multiple feature. Okay, so every day Microsoft is giving the new feature, or every day Microsoft is enhancing the feature.
So are they publishing the new feature on their
Yes.
website?
Yes, 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 yes. So on daily basis, I'm getting the alerts from Microsoft because I'm the like MCT, okay, Microsoft Certified Trainer. So that's why I'm getting the alert on daily basis with all the updates.
Okay.
Okay, so let me check the virtual machine now. Okay, now under the virtual machine, you should see the, let me select my all the subscriptions. See, this is the NVA. So NVA is nothing but my firewall. As we discussed into the theory, right? What we discussed here, right? Microsoft is deploying one virtual machine and with the customized OS. Okay, so if you face any issue related to the operating system, you need to raise a ticket with your FortiGate firewall. Okay, so let's go into the NVA, and now this is the virtual machine with 2 CPU. As we discussed, by default you will get the 2 network interfaces. See, NIC 0, NIC 1. NIC 0 is configured with the public IP. This is the private IP of NIC 0. NIC 1 is configured with only the private IP address as a backend. So my NIC 1 is configured under inside subnet. My NIC 0 is configured with the public subnet. So when I hit on that particular public IP, I will get the firewall access. DPS:// See, this is the firewall. Admin 100, and this is the password. Okay, now what you need to do in your infrastructure? Okay, again, you will ask me, do we need to learn firewall as well? No. So what you need to do, you need to hand over that particular product to your firewall team, and then firewall team will configure the infrastructure as per a requirement. But in our scenarios, like we are acting as an architect, okay, so we have the enough knowledge to configure the Palo Alto or SonicWall or FortiGate. So I can configure the complete settings or complete options, okay, as per the client requirement. So we'll configure it at the basic level. Okay, I will demonstrate how to configure the static routing, how to configure the virtual IP addresses, and how we can enable the uh, routing or NATing by using the third party. And we'll try to publish one website as well on a production server, and we'll try to access that website from outside. So till clear, or any question? Any question, any doubt? Okay, so at the first requirement, what we need to do, we need to configure the peering, because we have deleted the peering, right? So we have deleted the peering. So we need to reconfigure the peering between my FortiGate firewall VNet to my prod, test and QA. So let's go into the networking first. Virtual network. So let's have here all the subscriptions. Okay, so before that I need to delete that entry. Okay, still entry from the peering. Okay, it is not required at all. Then QA VNet. Test VNet. Delete it. So QA, test and my production, right? Refresh. So what is the issue here? Cannot perform delete the operation because, okay, see why? Because the lock is configured. That's why you cannot do any changes as well. Okay, so let me delete the lock which we have created under the production. To the lock option. Delete, and I can delete the entry. So again, it will take some time to refresh here. Sorry. From QA, okay, so now it is done. So let's go into the FortiGate VNet, add, and now I'm going to configure FortiGate to prod. Prod to FortiGate. Okay, so now there is one more challenge. So we have backend infrastructure into the different subscription, right? So we need to redeploy it. Okay, so let me delete the complete infrastructure and redeploy it. FortiGate. Let's go here. Prod infra. Because you cannot communicate between two subscriptions. That's why, okay, we are getting that particular issue. QA. And test. So meanwhile, okay, we'll configure the firewall, okay, with the required entries. So I'm planning to configure my production VNet. Prod VNet is 172.1.0/24. We'll deploy only two VNets, production and test. Which is 2.0. Okay, so those routes I'm going to configure under my firewall. Okay, so this is the task, okay, from your firewall team. So firewall team will do the same thing here. Okay. Go to the network, go to the static routes, and now I'm going to configure the static routes. One dot zero. So what is the gateway? The gateway here is we need to use the gateway of your backend net subnet. So gateway is 2.1 now. So via 2.1 the traffic is going to come. Okay. So this is the gateway 2.1. From which port? From second port. Okay. Now this is my prod underscore vnet. Okay. So again we need to configure backend network, which is my test. So this is 2.1 is my gateway. Port 2. What is the test network? Which is my 22.2. 22.2 test vnet. Okay, so routing we have configured. Okay, means if your user is hitting, okay, by from the public, okay, on port 1, so port 1 will divert all the traffic to port 2, which is 2.1, which is your 22.1, which is 22.2 by using the gateway. So let's deploy the two machines quickly in the backend. Okay, so let's deploy the resource group. New prod under the let me cross check once firewall where we are deployed. NVA under the East US 2 only. Okay, so East US 2. Deploy the virtual machine. New production. Prod 100. East US 2. Phuket 12. P2S. Admin 100. Okay, in networking now I'm going to define the new network. Create a new network prod-vnet, and which range we are planning to use. This is the range, right? 22.1. So 22.1 subnet prod subnet 22.1. Public IP not required at all, because all the traffic we are going to route from the firewall. Okay, so let's deploy the one more virtual machine with the different VNet. New virtual machine. Virtual machine should be deployed under the production in subscription. Create a new resource group and new test. Virtual machine name test 100. East US 2. Catwell R2 data center. Networking. I'm going to create a new network. Test-VNet. And what is the IP we are going to use? This is the IP. The range. Public IP not required. Next. Disable. Let's create it. Okay. So now it will not take more than 10 minutes. So we'll configure the peering and then we'll try to configure the firewall, basic firewall, and then we'll try to publish some website on the server, and that website we will try to access from outside. Okay, so let's go into the firewall VNet and let's build up the peering. So go to the peering. FortiGate to prod. So we'll enable that feature if required. Okay. Then part 2 ticket. And this is my prod vnet. Again, that feature we will enable if required. That feature is required, we will enable later. Okay. Okay, now let's create a one more peering connection FortiGate to test. Test to test block add. Okay, now let's try to ping your virtual machine IP address from the firewall. So what is the IP addresses we have? Let me close all the tabs. We'll reopen it. Okay, go to the virtual machine tab, and now we have deployed two machines, right? Prod 100 and test 100. So let's use the private IP address of both machines. So this is the IP address, local IP, prod server, prod VM. This is a test VM. This is 2.4. Okay, now login admin 100. Okay, so how we can test the connectivity? So first, see, we have configured the peering as per as per diagram. We have done the peering, right? So my prod machine should ping to my firewall, or my firewall should ping to my prod machine, right? So there is an option execute ping, and what is the IP address of my machine, production machine? This is the IP address. See, we are able to ping, right? What about the next IP, which is 2.4? Yes, we are able to ping from the firewall. Okay, now there is a connectivity between firewall to prod server and prod server to firewall, firewall to test server, and test server to firewall. Okay, now let's go into the networking one more time. So that traffic forwarding option we need to allow as a best practices. Go to the production VNet, peering option. So what Microsoft is saying, see, this settings allows forward traffic from your FortiGate VNet. Means the traffic which is getting from the FortiGate VNet will forward that traffic into the next hop, which is my production. So allow that option. So same thing we need to do on test VNet as well, test peering connection as well. So go to the test, allow, that's it. And now the very important, the route table. The route table needs to be configured. Go to the route table. So firewall east US 2, to firewall. Okay, so what is the IP address of my backend of firewall? Go to the virtual machine, go to the NVA. So all the traffic should hit, okay, to my backend network IP, and that IP is nothing but my 2.4. Okay, so as per diagram, so all the traffic is hitting on that IP address. Okay, here only. So IP address is 2.4. So go to the firewall now. Options here, route to firewall. Zero dot zero dot zero dot 0/0 all traffic. Next hop will be the virtual appliance, which is 2.4. And now we'll take the RDP of production server. We'll take the RDP of a test server as well. So currently I do not have any jump box. That's why I need to create a 2 rules. First rule for prod server, second rule for test server. Okay, let's go into the firewall, go to the virtual IP address, policy objects, virtual IP. So that particular task you can ask to your firewall team. Okay, the firewall team will do the same thing. Prod server RDP. So your interface, the external IP. Okay, so now your traffic is hitting on which IP address, which is 1.4. So via internet, your traffic will hit on public IP. So public IP will forward that traffic to your local IP address. So my FortiGate firewall is not understanding the public IP. Okay, because this is a virtual appliance, that's why. So this is the external IP, and what is the mapped IP where we wanted to map to the production IP. So port forwarding, okay, I should, okay, or we'll use the 3389 only. 3389. You can have one more option. You can configure here 5001, and it will divert, it will convert to 3389. Okay, say okay. Now once you create a virtual IP, then you need to allow into the policies. Go to the policies, IPv4 firewall policies, and then we can configure the policy. So create a policy. So RDP, prod server RDP. So incoming traffic all. Okay, so your incoming traffic is hitting on port 1. Outgoing traffic, it will go via port 2. Source all. You can configure some specific IP address as well, but for the lab purpose, I'm going to select all. So in your production, source should not all. Destination will be my object which we have created. Production server RDP. Schedule service. Which service I wanted to allow? I wanted to allow RDP only. RDP. close. Action accept. Netting is required. See, those features we need to use: antivirus, web filtering, DNS filtering, application control, IPS, file filter. So by using those features, you are going to enhance your security of your infrastructure. Let's say okay. Okay, so this is the IP address of my firewall. And now we have configured 5001, right? Colon 5001. And let's try to hit on that IP address by using the MSTSC. See, now I'm getting the RDP of the server. So all the traffic now routed via third-party firewall, which is FortiGate. Admin 100. And now I can show how we can communicate with the test and prod and test. Okay. Say yes. See, currently we have not configured any rule between production and test. Okay. But we will configure that rule at the firewall level and we'll try to communicate. So this is the IP address of my test infrastructure, right? Which is 2.4. Go to the command line. Host name. See, this is my prod server, prod 100. IP config. This is my 1.4. And let's try to ping. Is not pinging at all, right? Because my firewall is not allowing. So one more point I wanted to highlight related to the network. Let me disable the security options and we'll try to access the internet. See, there is no internet, right? Because this is the same thumb rule which we have discussed during the Azure firewall. When you configure the route, all the traffic is routed to that firewall. If firewall is not allowing the internet, then you will not get the internet. And what is the default thumb rule? Deny all. Everything you will get deny all. You need to configure it, right? So first we'll configure the communication between production and test. So I need to have one more policy, network policy, where I need to communicate. Okay. So before that, I need to create some objects. So let's go into the policies and objects, and let's create an address first. So this is my prod network, prod vnet, right? This is the IP range, right? What is the IP range we are going to use for the production? /24. Okay, it should. Okay, so this is my production, and let's create a one more test vnet subnet, which is 2.0. So comments we can configure here. That's it. Okay, so now I have added here prod vnet and test vnet. Okay, now let's go into the net policies and firewall policies. So now I wanted to allow the communication. Okay, see, my firewall is receiving the traffic from outside. See, this is the logs it is showing. So let's create it, new policy, prod to test incoming interface port 2, outgoing interface port 2, because from backend, let's go into the diagram. My test is also hitting on the same port. My production is also hitting on the same port. Okay, that's why incoming and outgoing port, it's remain my backend, because this is a backend communication. Source, what is the source? My source is production, right? So we have created one object, right? Prod vnet. I wanted to communicate reverse as well, so I'm going to add test as well. Destination both production and test, close. Okay, services all, so I'm going to allow all the traffic. Okay, nothing is required, that's it, save. Okay, now one 172.22.2.4. So prod to test, we have added production. Okay. What we'll do, we'll create a separate policy. Okay. We'll have a separate policy. Okay, let me check. Port 2, production to test, always all services. And let's have one more policy. Okay, so what we can do here, instead of creating the new policy, we can right click and we can have a duplicate policy.